Ngoya is Ngoya. And the next word is Muriat, Muriat. And the next word is Kobo, Kobo. Then the next one is Got, Got. And the last word is Nebo, Nebo. Is that correct, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, Mr. KenyaMOJA, the witness explained the meaning of the last phrase or sentence. What was the first one? The Bika Chego phrase. What did that mean?
I intended to cross-examine on it, Mr. President. Probably.
You will?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, the first phrase, Piga Chego Nanyonete made, literally means people of Milik, the country is ours, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, it is true that the Kalenjin people value cows very much, isn't it?
Yes.
It is also true that they value milk a lot, isn't it?
Yes.
And in consequence, they generally consider themselves to be people of cows and milk, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, it is also true that this is an expression that has always been there even before Mr. Sang ran the program at KSFM Lenemet, isn't it? It is an expression that pre-existed, Mr. Sang.
Yes, but this time it was used for a purpose.
It is also true, Mr. Witness, that that expression is still there even now, and even politicians use in reference to Kalenjin people, isn't it?
Yes, it depends on how they want to use it.
Now, Mr. Witness, let me give you a chance to explain what is the issue you have with the way Mr. Sang was using that expression.
At that time, people who are not Kalenjins, Pick Up Chego, were felt by the Kalenjin to be not part of them in Eldoret and areas which surrounded it. That is why those people who are not Kalenjins were perceived to be enemies.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Mr. KenyaMOJA, we need to put in at line 25 the words that the transcript says speaks Kalenjin. I believe the witness said used only the first two words, pick up Chego.
That is the way I heard it, Mr.
Yes, so it needs to be in there. Now we move on, please.
I trust I don't need to spell it, although I see a
No, you don't. You've already spelled the word, so the first two words of that phrase can come in. The court reporters will fix it later.
Although they have referred to it as a pickup. Now, Mr. Witness, it is true that in the Rift Valley area generally, there are people other than Kalenjins who understand Kalenjin, isn't it?
Yes, I agree. A few who are not Kalenjins may understand the language.
Now, let's talk about this other second expression about a rat, Mr. Witness. the literal meaning of that is that if a rat is bad, it belongs to the house where it is residing, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, witness, you will confirm that that expression is used mostly in reference to a family member, that if a family member is bad, he belongs to that home, isn't it?
That is when it is used the way it's supposed.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And you would also confirm that this is an expression that has always been in Kalenjin, even before Mr. Sang presided over the KAS FM program, Lenemit, isn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Witness, your problem, the way you have testified, is the context in which that word was used?
Yes. This context, Goyamuriat Kobogot Nebo, was used to campaign for ODM, especially when people were using the platform of KAS FM to campaign that they should vote from council, member of parliament, and president on the same on suit. In fact, they were using the word suit. So even those people that maybe those people who are for other parties, and they were not ODM people, even though had good policies, this phrase was used to undermine other people, especially from PNU, because it was saying that even if somebody is bad, as long as he's on the ODM and in Eldoret and most parts of Rift Valley, the Kalenjins supported ODM, then that person was good to be voted in. So from then, by use of this phrase, those people who are not Kalenjins and those people who are not supporters of PNU were perceived to be enemies.
Now, Mr. Witness, may I ask you, could you kindly confirm that as far as you are concerned, this address was meant to the whole of the Rift Valley area?
KAS FM is...
Please just answer the question.
No. KAS FM is a radio station which people were listening across Rift Valley in the country, and I believe also people who are across borders.
Thank you.
Could listen to the radio.
And you will confirm that you said that they wanted, the word I think you are looking for is three-piece suit, is it?
Yes.
And at the apex of ODM was Honorable Raila Odinga, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you confirm that he is a Luo, not a Kalenjin?
I confirm.
Could you also confirm that there are some places in Rift Valley who had representation of people who are not Kalenjins?
Yes, I'm not saying everyone who contested was a Kalenjin.
And Mr. Witness, these concerns about the use of the word milk and rat, the way you understood Mr. Sang to have been communicating, isn't it? It is your understanding of what he was trying to say.
Yes, mine and most people who listened to these phrases.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to move on to something else about what you said you heard Mr. Sang say in relation to ballot boxes. Do you remember a testimony on that point? And I have particular reference to page 40 of the transcript of 18th November 2014. And this is what you had said, Mr. Witness. It was announced in the morning in KAS FM, Your Honor, that elections people to be cautious because elections would be rigged. It was said by people who were calling the station that the buses had transported ballot boxes to Brookside. You recall testifying to that effect, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, it is your testimony that it was in a program in KAS FM. Now, I would like to play to you an audio, and I would like you, in the first instance, to confirm to me whether you recognize the voice that is being played as opposed to the content. Your Honor, I have reference to the audio of 25th December 2007, and that is in tab 12 of our bundle, and the reference is Ken-D11-0013-0281. That is the audio. May I say again the reference? Ken-D11-0013-0028.
And you say the transcripts at tab 12, you say?
Tab 12, Mr. President, sorry. Tab 12, Mr. President, sorry. Tab 12. Tab 13. Tab 13, Mr. President, sorry. And
that would be with the document reference number ending at 0568. Is that it? 0568. Okay.
Yes, Mr. President. The transcript. The transcript reference is Ken-D11-0014-0581. I'll take it again. D11-0014-0568.
That is what I have.
Mr. President, I would like to start with playing timestamp 12.11 to 12.16. And Mr. President, my interest is whether the witness can recognize the voice. Mr. Witness, I will play the audio and request you to confirm if you recognize the voice. That's okay?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize that voice?
Please play it again. I didn't recognize, it was too short.
Mr. Keegan Catwa, besides the brevity of the clip, what about the fidelity of the sound? You know what I mean? In terms of, I mean, we know, depending on the recording device, we want to be sure that what we hear is true to the original version. I say that because you can have voice distortion, not intended. Sometimes voice distortions are intended, as the one we do with the voices of witnesses who are protected and who are testifying. But you can also have unintended voice distortion.
May I confirm, Mr. President, that to the best of my knowledge, it is exactly the audio source from KSFM. It is an audio which we've played a couple of times in this court, and it's actually an exhibit, Mr. President.
Not just that you got it as source. I mean, you can say that much. But on the other hand, whoever gave it to you, anyway, I think we should keep that in mind when we ask witnesses questions about that kind of question, that is. Let's proceed.
For the record, Mr. President, may I indicate that to the best of my knowledge, the voice is exactly as it was. And that is as much as I can say.
Yeah, I think that is as much as you can say. So let's proceed. I just want us to keep that in mind, that's all.
Mr. Witness, what I will do is I will make the audio a little longer so that you said your problem is the extent of the audio, is it?
Yeah, let's play it a bit longer.
Okay, Mr. Witness. At least you have enough sample, Mr. Witness. Do you recognize that voice?
If not distorted, it is like that of Joshua's son.
Let me just ask you again. So to your knowledge, this is Mr. Sang's voice, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is Mr. Sang.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will play for you another voice, starting with timestamp 21.34 to 21.47.
Karisiek chekamwa ko KAZ 178R nebo KBS number go 812 Nissan Diesel, KBA 034N nebo City Hopper.
Mr. Witness, may I ask you if you recognize that voice?
That one seems distorted.
Well, Witness, it is not distorted. It is exactly the way it was when it was broadcast. Do you recognize it?
Play it again.
Karisiek chekamwa ko KAZ 178R nebo KBS KBS number go 812 Nissan Diesel KBA 034N nebo City.
I still feel it, Mr. Sang.
So the record can indicate that it is your testimony that the voice reading those number plates is Mr. Sang's voice, isn't it?
Yes.
Now I'll play you the second last voice and see if you can recognize it. Timestamp 1.48, sorry, timestamp 48.14 to 48.20. Mr. Witness, do you recognize that voice?
No, but it is not Sang's.
So for this voice, you categorically say it is not Mr. Sang's. Now, I will play the last voice. I will leave that issue there, Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, may I ask you a couple of questions in respect to this voice recognition? Is it your testimony that that is the voice you had, voice number 1 and voice number 2 for Mr. Sang? That is the voice that you used to hear from the year 2005 to 2012, as you say you used to listen to Mr. Sang?
Apart from the voices, introduction was done every morning when the program starts. Nito kulene mit ko Joshua Rapsang in the studio. This is Lene Emet, it's Joshua Rapsang who is in studio. So, apart from just hearing the voice the way you are doing here, from most of the times, the name of the person who was in the studio at that time will also be done.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So, let me understand you. You would identify Mr. Sang because he has identified himself in the station, or are you in a position to recognize his voice?
After listening to the way he speaks, to the use of language, he can use the use of idioms, the use of stories, the use of songs. In KSFM, no one else was using as much of these kind of languages the way Mr. Sang did. So you could easily tell when you hear of a story or clips of news that actually that one was Mr. Sang speaking.
So you recognize Mr. Sang by the idioms and the stories he used to place in his broadcast?
Voice also and introduction.
Okay, Mr. Witness, I'll just be very direct with you. Your Honors, I will bring to the court after the break the exact time, the exact page locations that I have played. I do not have the pages, but I will put to the witness the propositions as a result of that. Mr. Witness, do you know a broadcaster by the name Mr. Kipyego Arap Tanui who broadcast in style of Kwamba Chepkoske?
Yes, at times I heard about the program.
Mr. President, may I spell Kipyego Arap Tanui? Kipyego is K. I see it has gotten the right spelling. His broadcast name, Kwamba Chepkoske, is KWOMBO. Chepkoske is CHEPKOSKE. Mr. Witness, would you be surprised that in fact the first voice belongs to this gentleman called Kipyego Arap Tanu, who has been a broadcaster and a co-host of this program for many years, as way back as the year 2006?
Then he speaks so closely to Mr. Sang.
So you're surprised?
I'm not surprised.
And would you be surprised that the voice of the second person is completely unrelated, being the voice of one Mr. Silas Tarus?
I'm not surprised about voices, because sometimes you might give a voice that you might bring voices which are very close to Mr. Sang's, and that one I'm not surprised.
And for the record, the third voice is one Timothy Chepsoi, and that's a different person, and the witness confirms that as far as he's concerned, it's not Mr. Sang's voice. The spelling of Timothy is Timothy, and Chepsoi is CHEPSOI.
Yes, that one was far from the voice of Mr. Sang.
Thank you. Now, apart from the point I was making that the first voice belongs to a completely different person who has been at the station for long, are you surprised that this Mr. Kipyego Arap Tanui on occasions would co-host the program with Mr. Sang and would himself host the program alone? Would you be surprised at that?
No, but the program was not enjoyable as it would be when Mr. Sang was on studio.
So you're saying that you sometimes go to Lene program and would find that it is not enjoyable, and it is because Mr. Sang is not the one broadcasting it?
Lene program will be very enjoyable when Mr. Sang was in studio.
Thank you. I just want you to answer my question very directly. Are there instances when you went to the station or you tuned into the station and found that it is being broadcast by somebody else and found it comparatively less entertaining than when Mr. Sang is broadcasting it?
Yes, at times I will go to the program and find it is people just calling from outside. Issues discussed are not interesting to me, so I could not enjoy it. But I really enjoyed the program when Mr. Sang was on studio.
You are Mr. Sang's fan, are you?
On use of these idioms, songs, and short stories, when used properly, I would really admire Mr. Sang.
So, Mr. Witness, let me just ask you directly at this point. So, your initial testimony that throughout the period of your listening to this station, you had Mr. Sang being the sole person broadcasting the Lene program was mistaken, because now you admit that there were instances when somebody else was hosting it, isn't it?
No, I'm saying Lene Emet was associated with Mr. Sang, because Mr. Sang was mostly the host of that program. If anyone else hosted the program, that one I don't know. But if asked, I'll say I know Joshua Arab Sang to be the host of Lene Emet program in KSFM.
I will play to you another.
1 second before you do. This may be caught in correction, but just in case, to avoid mistakes, line 24, quote, when used properly, I would really admire Mr. Sang, unquote, was a continuation of the witness's answer. It was not a question from Mr. Gigan Katwa. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, before I play you the next part of the audio, I put it to you that you were never listening to that program, and if you were, you would have been able to confirm that those voices I played are not Mr. Sang's voice.
I used to listen to the program, and I've told you the voices you've just brought before this court are voices which are so close to that of Mr. Sang, and I wish you would play voices of Mr. Sang and play voices of those people. You see, it will not be very far, and that is why I'm saying that I recognize those voices to be Mr. Sang's, because they were so close, if not him.
And Mr. Witness, it is your testimony that even after 6 years of listening to Mr. Sang from the year 2005 to the year 2012, you could still be mistaken on his voice because they are very close to the other ones, isn't it?
I cannot commit myself before this court to say that I listened every day from 2010 to 2012, because or 2006 to 2012, because there are instances where I did not listen. There are instances where I was in different programs. I was not able to tune to the KSFM, but I want to confirm before this court that I listened to KSFM, and what I've given as evidence of what I heard is about what we've spoken about.
Now, Mr. Witness, we already are aware that you were generated from location number 9, and sometimes you'd be at location number 7. Let's say you generally were in locations number 7, 8, and 9, isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Not 7, but 9, 8.
Okay, that's fair enough, Mr. Witness. The question I want to ask you covers all that period, all that area. Could you tell the court what was the wavelength, what was the FM number at which you could catch KAS FM in that general area, the general area of the wider Eldoret region?
Was it I think it's 9.9. So I don't remember quite well.
And Mr. Witness, you can't recall, notwithstanding that your work was actually to monitor, and I'm distinguishing between listening and monitoring.
Your Honours, the witness never said that it was his work to monitor. That's not on the record as far as I know.
We can deal with that more fully in private session if you wish to pursue it, but at line 4, witness did say 89.9, he thought. Was that what you said about the wavelength?
Yeah, I think it was 89.9.
Yes, the reason I say it is on the transcript it says 9.9. There's a lot of difference between 89.9 and 9.9. Please continue.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to play an audio. I would like to play for you an audio, and we will deal with both the voice and the substance of what you said. And Your Honours, that is at tab 13, the same tab 13, Ken D11 0013 0028, and the timestamp I wish to play is 28.31 to 29.32, and Your Honours, that is, I'll give the page number shortly.
All right, it's time for morning break, but before we do, what is your position, Mr. Kinkatwa? 89.9, is that the frequency?
Mr. President, it is not. It is actually 90.0.
All right. We will rise on and return in 30 minutes, but the witness will need to be ushered out first, so we go to closed session for that.
All rise. We will lever. Please be seated. We will swap.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kiginkato, before you continue, Mr. Aoun, we understand you had a prior commitment at the Special Tribunal for a 30-minute appearance. Schedule report time again?
Your Honor, it's
from 2:45
until 3:15.
All right. I understand that there has been some discussions on what is possible. In order to accommodate Mr. Aoun, we will continue from now till 1:30. We'll take a lunch break at that time and return at 3:30 and then continue until 5. That should give enough time for Sang defense to complete and the prosecution to re-examine the witness. All right?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I do apologise. It may be useful just to confirm, if the hearing finishes at 3:15 at the STL building, that my learned friend can pack up his belongings and get here in that time to have an effective start at 3:30.
Indeed. I'm sure, Mr. Aoun, that's a good point, Mr. Ken. As soon as your hearing is complete, if you can also quickly rush down, please, and remind our colleagues at the STL about the commitment you have here as well. We're trying to accommodate you and their own proceedings. I'm sure they will also try to do the same for us. Thank you.
Your Honour, if I may assist, if my learned friend finishes by the lunch break, as he has indicated he will, and he confirmed again this morning, I will need no more than an hour for re-examination, possibly considerably less than that. So even if we were only to start at 4 o'clock, we could still comfortably finish, I believe, by 5.
Our experience has always been to not take things like that for granted. But as I've announced it, let's proceed in that way, and that includes Mr. Aoun trying as much as possible, please, to shorten, if you can, your proceedings on the other side, your appearance, and get over here immediately. And as soon as you arrive, let everyone know so we can all be ready to come back, and if we need to do that even sooner than that, so be it. Thank you. Mr. Kiginkato, please continue.
Mr. President, may I place on record something that the witness said, but which we are told the court reporters were not able to capture. That is at page 33, line 3. The witness had said that Mr. Sang used to introduce his program as Nitok Lene Emet, and the spelling is N-I-T-O-K. The second word Ko is K-O. Lene is L-E-N-E, and Emet is M-E-E-M-E-T.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, as at the year 2014, when you came, when you said you traveled, who was hosting the Lene Emet program? You said you were still listening up to the year 2014.
I said I still listened Kass FM up to 2014, but my favorite program in Kass FM then just recently was not the Lene Emet. So I've been listening to Eshimu Kuta and other programs, not Lene Emet.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, you said you used to listen to Kass FM, Lene Emet program over the weekend. Did you say that?
You asked if I was tuning to Kass FM, how frequently. I said I would listen mostly the Lene during the weekdays between Monday and Friday, and sometimes pop into CAS FM also during the weekends.
And Lene program itself?
Mostly during the weekdays.
Now, I will play to you the same audio, timestamp 28.31 to about 29. Jonas, that is found, that is the audio Ken D11 0013-0028 at Ken D11 0014-0577.
Do we have a tab again?
Yes, that's the same tab 13, Mr. President. Sorry. I will request the assistance of the court officer to give the witness a copy of the transcript.
Thank you. Your Honours, if I can kindly ask my learned friend, since there are no timestamps recorded on the transcript, if you could also just perhaps point us to the paragraph we should be following.
That's a useful suggestion.
I will be looking at the last paragraph at page 0577.
Sorry, page?
Witness, just go to page 9. Page 9 coincides with 0577.
Kotap Kolenjin, Jotong Electric August Kubun Raila Odinga, Aka Fred Gumo, not a neighbor Geneta, Westlands, Egulib Nairobi, Aka Raila Odinga, Virginia Geneta, President Ngodiam, Away let Kora, Virginia Geneta, MP, Engulim Balangata, Kusukan, Electric Wagaja, Ogumoge Mujig, Mavastoki, Skilune, Kako mine and the Tovala, Kako petition, Kako and Kako night, could Kokagi wrong with Kavi, Kotana, Gerisi, Ragilangibin, get a television, or Kagiro, Kadi Shekota, Chegoi.
Mr. Witness, can you follow? Are you able to follow? Do you want me to assist you? Can you follow what is being said on the transcript?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's go.
Askari jotok eng sheria ko askari ndet kumanyo lukwai bolatet angot kitigen kini muji ko toret kito electoral commission ko rip kaliet ing yoto mat ko gon big market me muji askari ndet ko ek agent ne wacha mai taga tugul an na bachi aga tugul askari ndet ne mirusa an ne migasi kumamagat ing ngatutik cheba electoral commission kwai ba ishona to una dos tekyo betabrani ko gi missing ongolio na to ta ugele mi ngolio na tesetai ni no to mi jigi to ga magele kiyo ine so bit kiri bege ngale kyo uju.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will read in English what you just listened to, and please confirm. This is what you heard in Kalenjin. Mr. President, that is at paragraph 3, thank you very much, starting with the words, thank you very much. Now, this is what Mr. Do you recognize that voice, Mr. Witness?
Yes, the Sang's voice.
You are more sure this time around?
That is his voice.
Okay.
You hear it is very close to what I was saying.
Okay. Please confirm to me that this is what you heard him say. Thank you very much. That was Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Dear listener, he says he has proof of what he is speaking about. We even saw on KTN TV these vehicles transporting those papers, transporting equipment and recruits who had recently been in training in Embakasi. They have been taken to go and work for PNU in areas mentioned so that if you are not sure of whom to vote for, you vote for them. That is one way of stealing. That is why we are here today, dear listener, to discuss. We are not saying that someone is stealing, but according to these statements, and you know, are there new people who have been brought to you? Is that what we are hearing? Is what we are hearing true? Mr. Tarus was also there, and he has the statement made by Honorable Odinga, or rather ODM. So we want him to read out the numbers of those vehicles so that people can tell us if they have seen any of them or if what we are hearing is propaganda. Now, witness, at that point, the audio was stopped. I want to go on. And Mr. Witness, I would like you to listen to the song that comes after that.
Sorry. It's like I heard somewhere say, Mingolyon, it is a tie. There's something going on. And I didn't see that one translated to English in this. Around the end of your of the audio I listened, there was Mingolyon, it is a tie. But in English here, I don't know whether I'm wrong, I don't see it translated in English.
Your Honours, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if anything turns on it, but I also thought I heard some English words being mentioned during the course of that. I thought I heard the words Electoral Commission, and I thought I heard the words television, which I don't see reflected in the transcript.
Mr. President, I will play the audio again.
Yes.
For both.
I also did hear Electoral Commission mentioned, but you can play it again.
Mr. President, just a minute, just 1 second. We will play it, Mr. President.
Witness, were you looking at the transcript when it was playing the last time? When the audio was playing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Kotap kwalenjin joto ngalek tiga wagas kubun Raila Odinga
Mr. President, may I apologize? It is actually page 14. I'm sorry that it's actually page 14, which is 0582.
And at page 14, indeed, there is Electoral Commission referred to. But if you want to play, I think you should play it again.
Yes.
Yes, I will play it, Mr. President.
Can you hold on? Mr.
President, that would be paragraph number 3, starting with the words House of Kalenjin.
Does it continue to page 15?
Yes, Mr. President. I just stopped immediately before we got to page 15, which is where the song starts, and I intend to play the song.
The reason I say that, a witness, can you look at the last sentence in Kalenjin appearing in the second paragraph at page 15 under the name Sang? It's a big paragraph. See the last sentence there? Is that what the phrase you were looking for?
that I've just mentioned?
Yes, there was a phrase you said you had, you didn't.
No, no.
All right, please continue.
Kota kwalenjin joto ngalek tiga wagas kubun Raila Odinga ak Fred Gumo na
Mr. Witness, can you follow that? You can see that now.
Yes.
If you could follow with your finger so that you can...
I'm following my pen.
Thank you. Thank you.
ne berjinga ngajere tap Westlands ngule Nairobi ak Raila Odinga berjinga ngajere tap president ngondi yama weni let kora ko berjinga ngajere tap MP nguli Balangata ko supka ngalek to ge nyurwa ge go mo ge muji ge ma gasto ki awo ge gaskilo une ka ko mai ne to gala ka ko petition ka ko ndo ka ko nai kut ko ka gi rongo ka mi ko tagna ge sira ge chelo ngi bindi ge television ka gi ro kani shekyo to ke go imuti askari jotok ing sheria ko askari ndet kumanyo lu kwai balatet angot kitigen kini muji ko toret ke Electoral Commission ko rip kaliet ingyoto mat ko gon bik marget me mujas karindet ko agent ne bacha mai taga tugul an na bacha ga tugul oskarindet ne mirusa an ne migasi kuma magat ing ngatutik tiba Electoral Commission ko ba ishona tuna to stick yo bitabrani ko gi missing o ngolio na to ta ugele mi ngolio na tesetai ni no to mi jige to ga ngagele kiyo ene so bit kiribe ge ngalek yo uju.
Witness, are this is the you can confirm what you followed in Kalenjin is what you could see transcripted, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, I will read in English, and Mr. President and Your Honors, may I apologize, I just got it wrong the initial instance. This is the English translation. House of Kalenjin, those are statements by Raila Odinga and Fred Gumo, who is contesting for Westlands seat, while Raila is contesting for presidency on an ODM ticket as well as contesting for Langata parliamentary seat. According to reports that we had also received but could not broadcast until we are sure, he has said that he has confirmed. He has even seen. I also saw that is why our program was delayed. We are watching a program where we saw vehicles that were transporting those soldiers. The law does not allow a soldier to engage in politics at all. The only assistance they can provide to Electoral Commission is to provide security so that violence does not break. A soldier cannot be any party's individual agent. A soldier who is on duty or on leave is not allowed by the electoral laws to do that. As such, dear listener, today is difficult, and we all need to know what is happening. And that is why we just want to know what it is so we are able to guard ourselves against such things. Mr. Witness, you confirm that is a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want to, you confirm, I know I had asked you earlier on a voice that I had played earlier. Could you confirm this is the voice of, whose voice this is?
The voice you've just heard? Yes. Sang's voice.
Thank you. Now, I want to play the next bit of that audio. You will recall that you had said yesterday there was a certain song that, according to you, used to be played by Mr. Sang at the station. I would like you to listen to it and let us know if you have any recognition of it.
Can we hold on for a quick second while that is being set up? There's a phrase there. We all need to know what is happening. Could it be what the witness heard before when he was looking for the word, what is going on, or what? Is that Alexandra?
I apologize to interrupt, Your Honor, but I think our transcripts have stopped for some reason.
Mine too. The suggestion was whether we should, as the court officers suggesting we go into private session for technical reasons. If anything is said in public session, it might be more difficult to deal with. But the question is, do you see any worry of compromising? What I mean compromising is identity compromising information coming out in this series?
Absolutely none.
All right, let's stay out here. But let's continue, and while the court registry tries to reset the system for the transcript, but we will continue. My question was that what is happening that appears at page 15? Could that be the phrase you were looking for when you said you were looking for the phrase "what is going on"? Could it be the same thing? What is happening? What is going on?
Yeah. What I was reading in English on the previous page was not what was because he had confused the pages. Now what we have seen in this page 15 is the translation of the audio.
Thank you. We will leave it at that.
Now we will move on, and Your Honor, I'm playing timestamp 29.32 to 30.22 for purposes of a song that the witness said was used to incite. And Mr. President, it's partially translated at page 15 of the, page 0583 of the same transcript.
Are you playing this for a specific purpose? We like the music, but we want to know. Okay.
Mr. President, I intend to go through the song later on. The point I wanted to make at this point is the witness having recognized Mr. Asang's voice and the song having played immediately thereafter, whether he can recognize it so that we can situate it before I come to deal with the song later on.
So there is a specific reference, apart from reminding the witness of the music he said he loved on the show. We don't want to do that.
I just want him to confirm that is the song. That's really the whole purpose of at this point in time. Now, Mr. Witness, you've heard that song, isn't it? Do you recognize it?
I know the song.
You seem to like it also. Now, Mr. President, I will move to... I will come back to the song later on, Mr. President. I just want to go back to what was said by Honorable Raila, and that would be timestamp. Mr. President, I will play timestamp 28.00. And Mr. President, that would be at page 581.
Kulinda wananchi wote kwa jumla, upande wa serikali na upande wa upinzani.
Mr. Witness, can you recognize that voice?
Yes, the voice for Raila Odinga.
Now, witness, I will play out his presentation a little longer, then we will discuss what he says.
Kura kama mtu yote, lakini haikubaliwi wao wenyewe waajiriwe na chama chochote kama maajenti. Manake ni watumishi wa umma ambao wanalipa mshahara na serikali kulinda wananchi wote kwa jumla, upande wa serikali na upande wa upinzani.
Now, Mr. Witness, do you recall having heard Mr. Honorable Raila complaining about the use of APs to rig elections?
Yes, specifically did it in KSFM.
And in your testimony, Mr. Witness, you had said about what you had Mr. Sang said, and I have reference to page 40, that I had read this earlier on. You had said that you had Mr. Sang announce in the morning that there were vehicles being used to rig election. Is that what you had said earlier on, Mr. Witness, in your testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, could you confirm this is the audio you had heard Mr. Sang commenting about the administration police and the ballot boxes?
I don't know whether it is this one, because up to where you have played, I've not heard him talk of. I've heard him just talk about that there is something going on, that he would like people to guard themselves on such things.
I'll play you the same audio starting from, you recall that you heard him saying that you've heard yourselves, Mr. Raila, talking, isn't it? At page 15 of the transcript.
Yes, what I've just said, I was quoting the last words. It was after speeches of Raila Odinga. At the last sentence of the translation.
I'll play you what Mr. Raila said from timestamp 27 so that you can situate yourself on the issue that was being discussed.
Watasababisha tena, tumepata habari ati watakuwa wamebeba silaha na wataingia nayo kwenye kituo cha kupiga kura. Tunataka kulaani vikali vitendo kama haya. Maneno ambayo tumesema sio tu tuhuma au porojo, lakini ni maneno ambayo tayari imethibitishwa. Nimesema leo hii asubuhi nilienda kuonana na afisa ambaye anasimamia uchaguzi wa sehemu wakilishi bungeni wa Lang'ata. Wakati nilikuwa mimi niko ofisini, mbili wa wale maafisa wa AP nazungumza na ofisa yangu, wenyewe wakathibitisha ati wao wameleta Lang'ata kufanya kazi kama hiyo. Sisi tunasema ati hii ni kinyume ya sheria, kwa sababu sheria na katiba hairuhusu watumishi wa umma kushiriki kwenye uchaguzi kama maajenti. Unaweza kupiga kura kama mtu yote, lakini haikubaliwi wao wenyewe waajiriwe na chama chochote kama maajenti. Manake ni watumishi wa umma ambao wanalipa mshahara na serikali kulinda wananchi wote kwa jumla, upande wa serikali na upande wa upinzani.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will read in English.
One second, please. Witness, don't lose your concentration on what you just heard. But I want to make sure that everybody knows the transcript restarted a little while ago. Just we noted on the record when it stopped, so I thought I should also let us know we're back. Now, please continue.
Mr. Witness, I will read in English what you heard Mr. Raila say, if you could confirm that's what he said. And it is about the fifth line from page 13, page Ken D110014-058. Mr. President, starting with the words, there is an aim to cause chaos.
058 what?
0581, Mr. President. And it is about the fifth line from the bottom after the word elections on 27th. And this is what he said. There is an aim to cause chaos during voting or when the votes are being counted so that people do not vote because of chaos, or that the elections results are spoiled because of chaos that they will have started. We have also received reports that they will be armed, and we want to condemn such actions in the strongest terms. What we are talking about are not just allegations or propaganda, but confirmed reports. We stated that this morning I went to see the officer in charge of elections in my constituency, Langata, and while I was in his office, two of those AP officers talked to my officers, and they personally confirmed that they had been sent to do that. We are stating that this is unlawful because the law and the Constitution do not allow public servants to participate in elections as agents. They can only vote like everyone else, but they are not allowed to be employed as agents by any party because they are public servants who are being paid by government to protect all citizens, those on the side of government and those on the opposition side. Mr. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you heard Mr. Raila say in Kiswahili?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you will confirm that at this point the witness is complaining about, Mr. Raila is complaining about the use of administration policemen either to cause chaos or to manipulate elections, isn't it?
Yes, he has used the KSFM platform to complain about this.
Now, Mr. Witness, the question I put to you is, this is the subject that you are saying you heard Mr. Sang address at KSFM when you are testifying earlier on, isn't it?
The same subject.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to play for you timestamp 48.14 to 48.20 on the same audio. Mr. President, that is at page... Mr. President, that is page 0593. Witness, it is page 25.
ko logoiwek chebo kwong'et neo mising kosubkei ak nitok kakemuch kenyoru ako kakong'alal kandoindetab chamaitab ODM Raila Odinga ako eng wikishek kora chekokosirto karibu wikit agenge ak nusu kokikose akobo ng'alalutik chutok kora kotesetai akobo askarik chutok chebo luget chebo AP chekomito komosta nin bo Embakasi APTC camp kekoini icheket kanetisiet ako manoto inegei Arap Sang kakomwa kora kole komito akot biik alak cheboto kandoik cheechen eng serikalit cheboto Cyrus Kitwai ako mi akine kole komi akine karitab kandoindet agenge nekokiboisie eng ng'alechuton nebo Beth Mugo ko iker.
Witness, I will read in English what was said. Your Honor, it is the second paragraph at page 593, which is to this effect. Thank you very much, Mr. Sang. We are seeing that this news we have received today is shocking, following reports that we have received and what the ODM leader Raila Odinga has talked about. Furthermore, a few weeks ago, a week and a half ago, we heard about these AP officers from Embakasi APTC where they were being trained. And that is not all Sang. He has also stated that there were other senior leaders in government, including Cyrus Kitwai, together with, there was also a vehicle belonging to one leader which was used in this, belonging to Beth Mugo. Mr. Witness,
Can you spell the words Kitwai and Mugo?
The spelling of Kitwai is Kitwai, and Mugo is Mugo. And Cyrus is Cyrus, not Silas. Now, witness, is that a fair translation of what you just heard the speaker say?
Yes.
Lastly, I want to play for you timestamp 21.34 to 21.47, which is at page 579. Witness, that is page 11.
Isiek chekamwa ko KAZ 178R nebo KBS number go 812 Nissan Diesel, KBA 034N nebo City Hopper, number of City Hopper ko 485. Koro karishek ab City Hopper ko ba Nairobi town jege. Kunguta kaoro Eldoret, kaoger ngap Sabit, kaoro Kabarnet, kaoger ji Mombasa, kaoger ji Kisumu, akano. Number itage ko KAZ 027F.
Witness, you will confirm this is what you've heard from a different voice other than Mr. Sang. The vehicles he has mentioned are KAZ 178R belonging to KBS number 812, and Nissan Diesel, KBA 034 belonging to City Hopper number 485. And then Mr. Sang comes in and says, first of all, are the City Hopper passes supposed to ply Nairobi only? So if you have seen them in Eldoret, Kapsabet, Kabarnet, Mombasa, Kisumu, wherever else, and then it goes on, other numbers are KAZ 025 belonging to City Hopper. Witness, that's a fair translation of what you heard in that clip, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Witness, you will therefore confirm that the complaint about the alleged rigging started with media presentation by Honorable Raila Odinga, isn't it? Let me rephrase the question. I see you have something. You have heard from the voice of Honorable Raila complaining about the likelihood of the elections being rigged, isn't it?
Yes, many people spoke about it, but it was taken serious when it was announced in KSFM.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. That's actually all I wanted you to confirm. So you confirm that it was a public issue in Kenya, isn't it? It was an issue that was widely discussed in Kenya, isn't it?
There were rumors. That's what I agree.
And lastly, on that subject, you can see that the number plates are being read by somebody other than Mr. Sang, isn't it?
Yes, I've heard on this audio someone else giving number plates and Mr. Sang commenting that if they have seen the same vehicles in Eldoret, Kisumu, or anywhere in the country.
And Mr. Witness, you will confirm. Do you know this gentleman by the name Cyrus Kitwai? I will spell his name again. C-Y-R-U-S, and Kitwai is G-I-T-U-A-I.
No.
You do not know him to have been the permanent secretary in charge of internal security in Kenya?
No.
And lastly, on that issue, Mr. Witness, you recall this is an issue which was in Kenyan media, KTN, Standard newspaper, Nation newspaper. You recall that, Mr. Witness?
About?
The issue of the alleged election rigging.
I agree. It became a subject and it also went to press.
Mr. Kijinkatwa, in light of your question about Mr. Cyrus Kitwai and the suggestion you made, you need to reconcile the spellings. In the last occasion, the spelling on the transcript is C-Y-R-U-S, but last name is K-I-T-W-A-I, and now you spelled Cyrus Kitwai. Yes, you did spell C-Y-R-U-S, but the last name you spelled on the record just now is different. Are we talking about the same person?
We are talking of the same person, Mr. President. May I apologize? The person who transcribed and translated for us made a mistake. The correct spelling is the second one that I have made, Mr. President, and it is in the public domain in Kenya. That is the correct spelling.
And why don't we put a question to the witness again, whether the variation in spellings, because he was looking at the transcripts, whether that makes a difference to his answer as to familiarity with this person or knowing who this of whom this person might have been.
Mr. Witness, in the initial instance, I had given you spelling of Kitwai as G-I-D-W-A-I. The correct spelling is G-I-T-U-A-I, Cyrus Kitwai. Do you...
Spell it again?
The correct spelling is G-I-T-U-A-I, Cyrus Kitwai. Do you know him?
I don't know him.
And
what about of him? Do you know of him?
I was aware there was Cyrus who was working in charge of security in Kenya. I don't know the second name. That's why I said I don't know him, but I know of Cyrus was in charge of security.
Now, Mr. Witness, I will move on to a different issue about the song that you said you had Mr. Sang play. And Mr. President, we are looking at tab 4, and it is a video reference Ken D11-0020-084 at 0085, and the transcription is Ken-D11-0020-086 at tab 4 again, Mr. President. I will request the witness, if the court officer could assist to retrieve the transcript from the witness. And to give him the, if the other transcript could be retrieved first. Now, Mr. Witness, may I ask you, this song you said it is called, could you say it again? What was the name of the song?
Kimibe Kwenet.
Mr. Witness, what kind of a song is it?
Kind of a song? I don't understand what you are.
Is it circular? Is it, do you have any description for it?
I can say it's a Kalenjin song.
Do you have any idea? You've listened to it several times, isn't it? You already said you are very familiar with it.
I know the song.
Can you spell it again, Mr. Kiginkato, for the record, so
Yes.
court officers don't have to go looking for it?
Yes. Kimi is K-I-M-I. Beek is P-E-E-K. And Kwenet is K-W-E-N-E-T. That's correct, Mr. Witness, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, your testimony was that it has been sung since the year 2005 referendum period into the period of 2007 elections, and we've just had it. And could you confirm that you've had it in full several times?
Yes. I know the song.
Now, Mr. Witness, does it mention Kalenjins anywhere?
It doesn't, but it depends on how you understand it.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'll read into the record what you had said about this song. You said at page 3 in the transcript of 18th November 2014, it was played in the station which provoked the Kalenjins. And at page 33, line 12, you said Mr. Sang continued to play the song that I mentioned earlier, instigating enmity between Kalenjins and Kikuyus. And that at page 33, line 22 to 25, you said in relation to the song that mostly the leaders of the Kalenjin used this platform to pass information to the Kalenjin community against Kikuyus. Do you recall that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And it remains your testimony that this song was used to incite Kalenjins against Kikuyus?
Yes.
Could you explain yourself in what sense it was inciting?
Kimibe Kwenet, the song saying that we are in the middle of the sea. According to what the Kalenjins understood the song, meant that the Kalenjin people will remain in the middle of the sea, not until when we have taken we have taken over power. That is when we are at the other side of the sea. And in relation to how it instigated enmity between the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu, is that those people who are against, who are not pro-Kalenjins, then were making the Kalenjin people to remain in the middle of the sea. So those people who are not pro-Kalenjins were taken to be the enemies and obstacles for the Kalenjin to get to the other side of the sea.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. So you say it doesn't mention Kalenjins. Does it mention Kikuyus?
I've said it is, when you're using a song to communicate, it does not come straight. Don't expect to see the word Kalenjin or Kikuyu in that song, and I know you also understand that. But it is used in a manner that will pass message without the other person noticing or knowing exactly what is said. But when you're a native who understand that the language of the message being passed through that song, then you'll know what it means, and that is what I have just explained. It does not mention Kalenjin, it doesn't mention the Kikuyu, but the message the internal message of the song that was sent to the Kalenjin people is what matters.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would very kindly request you to just answer my question very directly as I ask you. Does it mention any weapons?
No.
Does it mention any cultural activities of Kalenjins?
No.
Now, use your own words. What does the song say? Just describe to the court. What does the song say?
I've said we are in the middle. If I have to direct translate it the way you are requesting me to do, is that we are in the middle of the sea. That is the theme of the song.
And so what? It can't be saying that for 11 minutes, saying we are in the middle of the sea for 11 minutes. So what more does it say?
Praying God that he makes us go to the other side of the sea, sail through the sea.
Does it mention Kenya?
No.
Does it mention any country?
No, and I've not said it mentions a country.
You know if it mentions groups in terms of either Kalenjin age set or Kalenjin youths or youths generally or elders or women or the disabled or the sick. Do you know if it mentions any of those?
I understand the song to be passing a message, but doesn't mention what you're asking.
Mr. Witness, I put it to you that in fact you have no knowledge of that song.
I know you're entitled to your opinion. I'll not get to an argument, but I'll repeat that the message passed is what I have testified about.
Now, in the course of your testimony to the prosecution that this song is inciting, did the prosecution, when they were preparing you to come and testify, did you play the song with them and explain what you had in mind to the prosecution?
I have my statements which explains everything that we've done with the prosecution concerning that particular matter.
His question was whether you played the song to the OTP and took them through the song.
No, I don't have any audio of the song, but I know the song.
And so, Mr. Witness, if Mr. Sang says that the song makes reference to the young people, to women, to elders, to the sick, he would not be saying the truth about what is contained in that music in view of what you say.
If
that's argumentative now, you want to stick with the facts or to the facts, Mr. Katwa. If you're saying that those references are in the song, you can put it on the record or to the witness to react to. But to tell him that, to admit that he is not telling the truth, that is argumentative necessarily.
Now, Mr. Witness, let me ask you something very wild. Does it mention, for instance, Ebola or malaria?
I've not heard about that, or I don't know. The parts I know about the song does not speak about it. If it speaks on other parts, I don't know.
Does it mention the fights in Congo, the fights in Rwanda, the fights in Somalia? Does it mention any of those countries?
No. Not heard about it.
Last question I want to ask you before we play the audio. Does it mention cancer or diabetes or HIV/AIDS?
The parts I know doesn't speak about it.
Okay, we will play the audio, Mr. President. That is at tab 4, and I will start with playing timestamp 00 to 030 for purposes of identification. And as the audio is being found, do you know who sang the song, Mr. Witness?
No.
And do you know which sub-tribe in the Kalenjin community it is sung in?
The way I hear it, it is Nandi.
How many sub-tribes are there in Kalenjin, Mr. Witness?
There are many. We have the Nandi, we have the Keyo, we have the Kipsigis, we have the...
May I stop you? Just tell me how many there are.
There are many, not unless I count.
I will play the audio, Mr. Witness. We will play the first few seconds and please confirm that's what you know the song to be, which is the same thing we played earlier on from CAS. Is that the song you are talking about, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this video version of this song?
No.
Now, I would like to take you to timestamp 110 to timestamp 216. Please listen closely. I will ask you specific questions about what it says. Sorry. Mr. Witness, you will confirm that you've heard from that part I have selected. And Your Honors, I have particular reference to timestamp 110 to 216, which is at page 0087, that it says it prays for the young ones.
What is the question?
The question would be, did you hear the reference to the young ones in the lyrics of the song?
Yes.
And particularly it says, we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. We are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. They are the young ones who would wish to see you. Do take them, allow them to praise you. You heard that, Mr. Witness, isn't it?
Yes.
You also heard on timestamp 140 to 150 that he makes reference to women, isn't it?
Yes.
And for the record, it says, we are in the middle of the sea, O Father. We are in the middle of the sea. Take us to the shore, O Father. There are some women who would wish to see you. Do take care of them so that they may praise you, O Jesus.
That is.
And lastly, timestamp 208 to 216, did you hear a reference to elders?
Yes, it speaks about the old.
And he says, we are in the middle of the sea, O Father. We are in the middle of the sea. Take us to the shore, O Father. They are the elders who would wish to see you. I would like to play you another timestamp 252 to 315. Witness, you will confirm you've heard him pray for the rich?
Yes.
Your Honor, the timestamp for the rich is 252 to 300, where he says, we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. There are some rich people who would wish to see you. Do take care of them so that they may praise you, O Jesus. That is at page 0089. Witness, you also heard him pray for the poor.
Yes.
And it is to the effect that we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. There are some poor people who would wish to see you. Do take care of them so that they may praise you, O Jesus. And witness, you also heard him pray for the sick, isn't it?
Yes.
And it is to the effect that we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. Very true. There are illnesses here where we are. When we seek you out, Father, do show us your favor, Jesus. Mr. President, I will move out to timestamp 357 to 412. Witness, you heard him pray for those who have ukimwi, who have AIDS.
Yes.
And the words he uses are, we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, oh Father. There is HIV AIDS here on earth where we are. When we call out to you, Father, do take care of us, Jesus. You also heard him mention Ebola, isn't it?
Yes.
And he says, we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, oh Father. There is Ebola here on earth where we are. When we call out to you, Father, do take care of us, Jesus. Mr. President, at page 60, line 16, the witness's answer that he had mention of illnesses is not captured. I would pray that it be captured to the effect that he says, yes, he had the singer pray for the ill.
Yes, he did answer the question in the affirmative.
Mr. President, I will pray to play time 5:18 to 5:32 to 5:58. Witness, you confirm you heard him say, "This is our nation, oh Father." You heard him say that?
Yes.
And for the record, he says, we are in the middle of the sea, oh Father. We are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, oh Father. There is our nation, oh Father. Do take care of us so that we may seek you always. Witness, you also heard him say he's praying for his village, isn't it?
Yes.
And for the record, he says, we are in the middle of the sea, oh Father. We are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, oh Father. This is our village, oh Father. When we call out to you, take us ashore, oh Father. Now, witness, I will play for you times 6:59 to 7:50, which should be the second last bit. Witness, you heard him pray for Tanzania, for Uganda, for Somalia, and for our Kenya.
Yes.
And it says that we are in the middle of the sea, O Father, there is Tanzania, O Father, and show them your favor so that they may seek you, O Jesus. And in respect to Uganda, he says, there is Uganda, O Father, take care of them so that they may seek you out forever. And on Somalia, he says, there is Somalia, O Father, to take care of them so that they may praise you forever. And on Kenya, he says, there is our Kenya, O Father, do take care of them so that they may praise you forever. Lastly, I'll play for you timestamp 8:33 to 9:25, Mr. Witness. Your Honors, that is at page 0093 to 0094. Witness, you can see, you said you don't know the people who sang that song. I'd like you to see from the screen who they are, if it could be played. Timestamp 8:43. Mr. Witness, you can see the people who sang that song, Bureti Superstars.
Yes.
Is this information you knew or you didn't know who sang it?
I didn't know who sang it.
Okay, we'll go on. Witness, you've heard him in that beat pray for superstars and for our charges, isn't it?
Yes.
And for the record, he says, we are in the middle of the sea, take us to the shore, O Father. They are superstars, O Father. When we call on you, when we call you, Father, so that we can praise you eternally. And on the churches, he says, take us ashore for sure, make us praise you. There are charges, O Father. When we call on you, Father, show them your favor. Witness, you also saw that repeatedly on the screen they showed charges and Jesus, isn't it?
I saw charges.
Did you see Jesus?
No.
You may want to look at the transcript for where it is begging for spellings.
Mr. President, may I come to the spellings a little later? Mr. President, at this moment I pray, Mr. Witness, this audio was obtained from the YouTube. Have you ever heard it outside KSFM, Mr. Witness?
No, I don't have. I've not heard of it anywhere else.
Now, I'd like you to look at timestamp 0212 and then tell us if you can see Jesus there. Can you see it?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, it's timestamp 2.12. Witness, with what I have taken you through, do you still maintain that you have ever listened to this song at all?
Yes.
And you also still maintain that it incites Kalenjins against Kikuyus?
Yes, my testimony is about the hidden meaning of how that song was used at that time. Otherwise, what you've just explained on a direct translation of what the song is talking about, I have no problem with your translation.
Mr. President, I pray at this moment to produce the audio Ken D11 0020-0084 at 0085 and the translation and transcription Ken-11-0020-0086 as Sang's defense exhibits.
Is it only audio? I thought it was video as well.
And video, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Only to note that on the screenshot shown to us, I note that this video was uploaded on the 14th of October 2011. I'm not sure if anything turns on that, but no objection to the admission.
Ms. Alexandra?
We have no objections, Your Honor.
The audio visual material and the transcript will be admitted as the next in the Sang defense exhibits.
Mr. President, the audio-video excerpt reference as KEN-D11-0020-0084 public excerpt will be attributed reference EVDT D11-00057.
Thank
the
you.
Item, sorry, Mr. President, the item reference as KEN-D11-0020-0086 public document, the transcript of the audio excerpt, will be attributed reference EVDT D11-00058. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kigenkatwa, do you have a CD of this song with a sleeve and everything?
Mr. President, we have failed. What we have failed is what we downloaded from the YouTube, which is exactly the same thing that was being played by KSFM, Mr. President. I don't know if that answers your question, Mr. President.
But you heard the prosecutor, the note he put on record.
Oh, yes, I do, Mr. President. He said he doesn't know if anything turns on it. If an issue as to whether there is a letter version of the song, I don't know if that's what he had in mind, we will deal with it, Mr. President. But it is our position, which I can say positively myself, that it's exactly the same thing, Mr. President. Nothing has changed about it.
Something may or may not turn on it, in the sense that if the suggestion is that there may have been a reissue of the song, so that what we see now may not be what was the original version that would have been played in full at the time and material time. Something may then turn on that.
Luckily, we are very confident about that, Mr. President. But may I say, Mr. President, that the source from where we had uploaded shows that it was placed there on October. It was uploaded on 14th October 2011. And Mr. President, we are prepared to correspond with the prosecution and even to avail them a statement from the producers of the song if it becomes an issue in contention.
We will continue.
And we are in a way prepared to play the song from the program itself, Mr. President. We thought it would be more effective when it's played as a video.
No, proceed, please. This is your case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, you said that to the best of your recollection from the period when you were listening to Mr. Sang, you heard him make comments which were anti-Kikuyu. That was your testimony, isn't it?
Yes. By use of these words that like I said, by use of the big up Chigo, Bayamuriat Kobo Kot Nebo, the song.
Now, the question I want to ask you is, having said that you understood him to be inciting Kalenjins against Kikuyus using all these expressions and this song, having said that, do you recall having heard him say very explicitly to Kalenjins that you have to coexist with other tribes?
Yes, what I'm talking about is not the language that you can go to speak generally straight away on air, but Sang was using a hidden language which will be understood by the Kalenjins, and when he wanted to come straight, he will just speak now very nicely, like any other journalist who is open to his mind. But when he turns around to incite using these idioms and songs, you will get a different message from what you will hear him speak openly on air. So the song of the right part that he was speaking clearly on air will speak on coexistence, the need to stop the war, and so forth. But when it turns to be the song of the idioms that has a hidden meaning, then you will get a different message. So I applaud him for having spoken on directly, and I wish he could have maintained that from the beginning without using this hidden language to incite, or rather remain impartial as a journalist or as a presenter in KSFM, so that people will not associate chaos and fighting with the program he was conducting. That was my problem.
So just for the record, Mr. Witness, so you say, Mr. Sang, you recall having heard Mr. Sang explicitly ask people to maintain peace and to coexist, isn't it?
Yes, at times he would speak that on street.
And Mr. Witness, we went through your credentials in closed session. Based on that general knowledge, and we are being careful not to have your identity disclosed, you would agree that you are aware that there are institutions in Kenya to monitor the media, isn't it?
Yes.
And this includes the Communication Commission of Kenya and the Media Council, isn't it?
Yes.
You also confirm that, to the best of your knowledge, there is an entity called the Sinovet which keeps records of what was broadcasted, isn't it?
Repeat that one.
Do you know a body called Sinovet?
Yes.
You also know that they keep records of what was said by the broadcasting houses, isn't it?
Yes.
And lastly, you have already confirmed that there are many people in Rift Valley who would understand Kalenjins when in fact they are amongst other tribes, Kikuyus, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that
not only Kikuyus, but people who have not even the other tribes. Like I've heard people like Luya at times. Those who have stayed with the Kalenjins for so long, they are able to speak in that language. But there's difference between speaking the language and understanding when it goes deep to hidden meanings of certain words that might be used for certain purposes.
Line 11, we need a spelling.
The spelling, Mr. President, is S-Y-N-O-V-A-T-E, Sinovet. Now, Mr. Witness, I will play you one piece message that was made by Mr. Sang, and I will ask you to confirm if this is one of the ones you have. Mr. President, this is Ken D110011-0044, and the translation is D110011-0045, and it is in our core binder, tab 9. That would be the binder we've always used, a core binder.
Before we go there, did you say the song, Give Me Back song we heard, that there is the version you had in mind, or what you and the witness are talking about, was played on the Leonard Emmett program at the material time?
May I get the answer from the witness, Mr. President? Probably that's better.
No, it's from you, actually. It's addressed to you. When I asked you whether there was a CD, and you said, in responding to me, you said, yes, you thought it's a bit more effective to play the video version you downloaded from YouTube.
That is true, Mr. President. You will recall that we played the version that was played at the station in the morning in a program of the 25th of December 2007. We just played, Sang spoke a little, then he played the song, then we went to the voice of Mr. Raila. Then for purposes of the digest with the witness, Mr. President, we've used the video version of the same audio.
Forget the video version from YouTube for now. We will want to hear the extent to which the song was played on the program at the time.
Mr. President will recall that the witness said he has heard that song only in Lenemet program and in full, specifically there, and he says he's not heard it outside the Lenemet program, or rather, he's not heard it outside KSFM. He's not heard it independent of listening to the station.
And you see why it is important then that we see or hear the version that was played on the program, if that is where the witness heard it.
Yes, Mr. President.
Your Honor, I didn't say I've heard it in full. I've said I've heard the song in KAS FM.
We don't need to do that now. We will come back later, so you might deal with other matters you have in hand. And when we come back, we'll do that. Thank you.
Mr. President, just for the record, it is at page 25 of the transcript at tab 16, Ken D11. Sorry, Ken D11 0014 0568. Mr. President, I would like to play another audio for the witness.
Sorry, what's at page tab 25?
The excerpt of the song, Mr. President, tab 13. It's tab 13, page 15. And Mr. President, for the record, this is what the witness says he had from the year 2005 to the year 2014, spread over that period anyway. Mr. President, I would like to play an audio in the co-binder tab 9, whose reference I've just read out. Ken D11 0011 0045, and the audio itself is Ken D11 0011 0044.
Tab 9?
Yes, Mr. President, of the core binder.
Core binder.
Yes, thank you.
Your binder, how many binders do you have? 2?
Yes, Mr. President, and there is a core binder. Being a binder, we always use it. It contains peace messages and a couple of other things that we repeatedly use. I think the court officers could assist.
Oh, this is not a binder you've handed up for purposes of examination of this witness, necessarily?
Mr. President will recall that we always had one binder that we had indicated we would be reusing. We had emailed we had sought the assistance of the court officers to have it brought. We apologize if it's not there. We could. It's a small black binder, Mr. President. We probably have to come back to it.
I do not recall that arrangement. I know in the past you've made reference to core binder, but I did not understand that that was to be brought to the court all the time for your cross-examination. It was used for, I believe, one witness. I remember that. I don't know if it was used another time. It's better to have these things, to resubmit them whenever you want to refer to such material, because no one has it. Now,
Mr. President, then I'll go to a different audio and deal with something different. I will go to the binder that is before the court, tab 16, reference Ken D11 0013 0029. That is the audio, and the translation is Ken D11 0019 0252. I'll start with playing timestamp 0051 to 212. Mr. Witness, I would like you to listen to that audio, confirm if you recognize the voice, and if it is one of the broadcasts that you heard from Mr. Sang. We will go through the questions.
KSFM radio tab kota kwalenjin hamjale gongoi missing imbitut koraneo na unik choba witab kimatatu tarigidlo asaka testa gosto kyoki net kegora ingtetuti kyoki bunu KSFM imbitut ne uner brani kaini nyugo Joshua Rapsang na meja tajin oli taga tingtetuti tabrani ago kini choba gongoi ngropta kiwe kini gongoi ngtuke jang testa go yuech aje puriyet ab Kenya ak puriyet ab kwalenjin ingrani Kosto in the new, you can only again make nine kit netesatai, ingemet ko lenemit. Kongete kiboki standard group, kaseti shirab standard, television about KTN, agagar.
Mr. Witness, do you recognize the voice?
Yes, he has already introduced himself.
Okay, and you have heard him mentioned that it's Monday the 6th, isn't it? You've also heard him say that since a raid to the Standard newspaper, you heard that, isn't it? Mr. President, with your permission, I'll read into the record what has just been said. KSFM Kalenjin Radio, I would like to give my thanks for such a great day that the Jehovah has given us this Monday 6th, that we can be able to share and learn from our programs on such a day as this. My name is Joshua Rapsang. I welcome you, saying you are welcome to today's program, and would like to thank Jehovah for the rains and for the many things he continues to do for our Kenya community and for the Nandi community. Today, as we talk, we would like to know what is happening in the country and the country's mood in Lene Emet. From the time the Standard Group was raided, the Standard newspaper and KTN television, much has been said, dear listeners, to a point where the country could be said to be at a position that can be described as difficult part of the journey. Mr. Witness, you confirm having heard that?
Only the part you've talked about Nandi is saying Kalenjin.
A witness, I know you've been on the stand or on the seat for a long time, but the pauses you still need to observe. There was an answer at between line 23 and 24.
Question, Mr. President, was whether he is aware of a raid to the Standard, whether he has had comment to the effect that there was a raid to the Standard newspaper and to the Standard newspaper. Witness, you said yes, you
Yes.
heard that. And you also said that you remember having heard it being said that it is Monday the 6th, isn't it?
Pause 5 seconds.
Now, witness.
Mr. Keegan, what was the word at line 17, at the end of line 17?
It was a raid to the Standard newspapers, Mr. President.
How do you spell that? Sorry. Raid?
Yes.
Raid?
Yes.
So the word's already there? R-A-I-D?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, sorry.
Now, Mr. Witness, I would like to play the rest of what Mr. Sang said in the first part of introducing the subject of this discussion on that day. And initially, I'll play timestamp 135 to 500. Mr. President, I'll request for the assistance of the court officer to give a copy to the witness. Mr. Witness, you will kindly look at page 1. And for the record, that is page D11-0019-0253. And we will be going through it to page 0254.
Ko jang ngalek ci ko ma gastoy kyo ko nguno ko mi emet le gimu jigele uy banda ya uy banda ko uy banda amu ba shonik cigi bokin ana ba shonik cigi nyoche beach amagi support ni nyolu not
Mr. Witness, I just want to be sure you are with the can you follow it? Have you been able to locate where it is?
No, is it?
That is the translation. There is no Canadian transcription. If you could look at the end of paragraph 2 with the words, a difficult position is difficult because of the acts of raiding or surprising one without following appropriate procedure. Are you there, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Okay. The audio will proceed from when this happened.
Kostoy kyo kingwa ngaliondani kuchimi jitu kulko istoyege gole mongen angochimi serikali akimo mi serikali ngurit kwenet kopcheat kora ingalega pik anaptiotin pik kosupke ak kakwa uchenota gigip kiboke mi bik chelen magibote ako makararan kumi bik chelen woi kichome kikararan kwa ako unoto kungi sup kostoy kyo ngano kumi chito ko ministayat nebo emetab Kenya ma ministayat ab boryenyi ama ministayat ne inegei ko kakikwai ko inegei suko kwe president ako ger chito ne meje kwai boisiet wai ko gere chito ne gere emetab Kenya ma gere chito amu bororyondinyi anan olebunu siama gun kostoy kyo ko yigibendi ingalechu angalale nyono bitabrani amanye gachigil ngorit ngoliot ngigere gele ngumagirib ko gon suryet anan toyet ngemetab Kenya gana gigonek Jehova emoni kararan agone ngunyek agone ropta ak mingotet nenoto gemengishi tugul engemoni ing boyboyet agogiboyboy gebunjini Kenya ne emet negose agosushin mornet chitugul golen tonyoru angot kiboega tonyoru kibowi damuchi atingemet amu emoni emet ab Kenya ne chame chitugul emet kostoy kyok nebo pik che chame bik kobate kwa ngalechu kumi bik chiginai kumi bik chimanai ngisup orit kostoindenyu kumi kito negonu ningibir orit picha igere kotire ne mi oritini kugiyoto kostoy kyok nameche kengalale ketoretege tugul asokobit ketyem giro oret negiistoegei agerib emoni amu emetab Kenya kumabo kalenjin mabo gogoek mabo plemek mabo kapsome mabo kapchelit ichegei mabo dini age tugul emoni kobo chi tugul netindo ID nekikisir kele a Kenyan citizen kuyu noto ko imandab chi age tugul kitestai tugul kegonu kibagenge nebo emoni national unity asokobit ketestai keribe emenyo amot keribe neregek mot keribe yaktaetab mugetut mot keribe kit neibwotchini neotupche ngoliot nemi meting'ung inyegei ama mi metinyi nitok koboror.
Now, witness, were you able to follow it?
Yes.
Now, at page 2, which is 0254. Could you confirm that Mr. Sang has said that the thing he wants to have discussed is, these are his words, I want us to discuss and help one another to find ways to avoid such and thus be able to take care of this nation. Can you see that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
And you also see that...
So what's this? There needs to be a question. One other question. You've asked him, can you see that? So that is on the transcript. There should be another question.
I want to ask, just from it and then ask the main proposition, Mr. President, with your permission. Mr. Witness, you also see that he says this country does not belong to the Kalenjin, nor to the Kikuyu, nor to the Luya, nor to the Luo, nor to the Kamba alone. It does not belong to any religion. You can see that, Mr. Witness.
Yes, I also see how he has used the terminologies in Kalenjin to express the Kamba, the Luya, Lemek, Kapchelit, to mean. So I'm getting the meaning of the Kalenjin strong words to mean these tribes.
Yes, Mr. Witness. Now, those references, let's take up that what you just said, references to the Kikuyu, to the Luya, to the Luo, and to the Kamba. Is it something you had heard Mr. Sang use previously?
I've stated that I've heard him use these words, which are idiomatic, and he is capable of using them in his program. Like what he has just used here now. If you may listen to what you've just played, the Kamba, he doesn't say Kamba in Kalenjin, he says Kapchelit. When he's talking about Luya, he doesn't say, he's talking about Lemek. A Kalenjin would understand Lemek to mean Luya and Kapchelit to mean Kamba.
For purposes of record, the spelling of Kapchelit is Kapchelit, and Lemek is Lemek. Isn't it, Mr. Witness?
Yes, it is.
And yours?
Mr. Kinkato, now we have to stop here for purposes of the break. But when I tried to stop you earlier to say there's another question and you kept going, the witness's last answer accentuates the difficulty I had in mind, which was you read a text. What we're looking at here, you say it's not a transcript of the audio, but a translation. Now we know the audio is in Kalenjin. So when you read the translation in the absence of the transcript in the native language of the audio, it is important to ask the witness whether what is reflected in the translation is what he heard in the native language of the audio, so that there is no confusion, so we don't down the line start running into difficulties. We have to rise now, and when we come back, we'll take it from here. We will be returning at 3:30 and to go until 5 again to accommodate Mr. Owen, who promised to see what he can do to speed up his appearance and return quickly. And as soon as he gets back, he will let the court officer know. So we should all be on standby to see if we can come sooner, so we can also finish sooner. Thank you. Closed session, please.
All rise. We will wait. Please be seated.
Mr. President, we are in open session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keegan Cutwell. Ms. Witness, welcome back.
Now, witness, I played out to you an audio before we went for break. That audio did not have a transcription. And the first question I wish to ask you is whether, after following the translation, it is a fair reflection of what was said in Kalenjin.
Yes.
Now, before we went to break also, you said you observed that the words used in reference to the Luya, the Luo, and Kamba are not necessarily the exact Luya, Luo, and Kamba, but different words, isn't it?
Meaning to me, words that to Kalenjin it gives those meanings.
And you particularly mentioned the word Kapchelit. You confirm that Kapchelit is the common word used by Kalenjins in reference to Kambas, isn't it?
Yes, that is the word that means Kamba.
You also confirm that the word Lemek is generally used to make reference to the Luyas, isn't it? Now, you also...
Okay, I see it now. Sometimes when we hear the yes, it does not resonate on the headphone, but I see it on the transcript. Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you also said that you recall that from time to time, Mr. Sang would ask people to live in harmony and maintain peace, isn't it?
Yes, I explained that sometimes they will speak like that.
And you confirm that you've seen that he has asked that all tribes live peacefully and in harmony for the posterity of Kenya in this audio, isn't it? Now, I will read what we just heard in Kalenjin into the court record, which is to this effect. When this happened, Mr. President, I'm reading from page 253, witness, that is page 1, paragraph 3, starting with the words, when this happened.
Please keep an eye on the transcript. There's something that's not working well. There are sometimes witnesses' answer is not reflected.
Yes, Mr. President, I will endeavor to do that.
At line 12, for example, I think in the middle, after you finished with a question, isn't it? The witness did respond. And then you continued, quote, now I will read what we heard. But the witness's answer is not on record. That's what I mean.
I see that, Mr. President. Witness, I'd asked you that, could you confirm that you have seen that Mr. Sang asked that all tribes live peacefully and in harmony for the posterity of Kenya in the audio? And did you answer yes, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, Witness, I'll read what you just heard in Kalenjin, which you confirm this is a fair translation of, that this is what Mr. Sang said. When this happened, as you heard, dear listeners, everybody tried to distance themselves from the act.
Remember to pace yourself slowly, please.
Both the people in government and others not in government. The government itself is divided in the middle on this issue, or rather, people's opinions are divided on the action that was taken. Some people within government have condemned the act, saying it is not proper, while others have supported the action, saying it is okay. If you follow this up, dear listeners, even though someone is minister, he or she is a minister of the government of Kenya, not a minister of his tribe, nor an individual minister. Before the president appoints an individual and decides that he can work with that individual, he considers an individual with Kenya's interest at heart. He does not consider a person's tribal affiliation or where he hails from. The reason I'm saying this, dear listeners, is so that we can discuss this issue. I would like us to ponder deeply on this issue that has the potential to bring hostility or enmity in Kenya. Though God gave us a beautiful country and gave us good soils and rain and peaceful coexistence, whereby we are happy living together in this country, belonging to this country, a country that is the envy of others who wish they would get even a mere acre or a small portion of this country to place the head. For this is the country of Kenya, loved by all, a country, dear listeners, of people who love others. However, when this event occurred, there were some who knew and others who did not. When you try to look closely, dear listener, you find that there is something when you peek within that leaves you wondering what's within here. And it is this, dear listeners, that I want us to discuss and help one another to find ways to avoid such, and thus be able to take care of this nation. For this country does not belong to the Kalenjin, nor to the Kikuyu, nor to the Luya, nor to the Luo, nor to the Kamba alone. It does not belong to any religion. This country belongs to anyone whose ID is inscribed Kenyan citizen. Therefore, it is the right of every citizen to work together and forge national unity so that we are able to move forward and take care of our country, and not with anger, revenge, or malice, or tribalism. Mr. Witness, I would like to play a little more of that audio to you, but even before I do that, do you recall having listened to Mr. Sang's program on the 6th of March 2006? Is it one of the days when you had Mr. Sang?
Yes, around that time of the month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. I would like to play from timestamp 0439 to 909.
Yondit anan ukabila. Siya mwagunesto ikyoko. Yitista ngaleji go suku mwabi ngalek chogi role nyoluman gebwat oeng agene gele emone Kenya get.
Mr. Witness, I just want to be sure you can follow. Have you found the place in the translation? That would be paragraph 3, starting with the words, the reason behind my utterances. Are you there, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Okay, just follow it.
Tiptoyano tugul asemuta ko mabitche marget. Amuat ka ngoro ko tugul igasugung ngomwangalyo no wakabijit kebagele Rwanda ak Burundi. Kilongeri beme nyomat ke ulimba Rwanda, ungeri beme nyomat ke Burundi. Koi kiribe ne emoni semagitakchige age baishonik chuchige emetab Rwanda. Kiribe ne emoni nyonot kostoikyo kotko mutai komabit poriet nebo boruryondit. Agoi ne rahani kemujigele mwaet ngololutik an yautik kemuju kotakibik baishonik yujo ta Rwanda anan ko Burundi. ne che promoten ne che rebi ko bwat akwai bo teutik che girejita borrieta ke kuma chito ago yi kora ko meje giro kosto kyogele borriondit anan ngemwa gel ache golenjin kwa mfano ko ne gonu kibagenge ne nyoneti ago ne chi nyolu keribege kora ing kibagenge asikobit yikiribe kibagenge nebo golenjin kerib kibagenge nebo emetab Kenya kumaje golenjin kityo chi tugul ko biik chemi emetab Kenya kabileshek 42 ko kilyojin asikonget kabilet age tugul kurib imandab emet akoribe imandanywa amu melen ngele kabila ko gilengot kele aje golenjin ongebe kutinak ongebe boisionik kyo kibagenge ko gegu kabila achicha kino mwoe ko yi yekimite ko kibagenge nebo golenjin ko ne kora nekemuchi kerib eng kibagenge ak kerib emetab Kenya kibagenge nebo emet amu nga kichenge kandoinatet ako chenge chi tugul kandoinatet ko eng let ibou biik chemi Kenya mebou golenjin ichegei ko eng let ibou biik tugul chemi Kenya mebou gogoek ichegei anan ko mebou lemek anan ko kapsome ichegei achicha ibou emet tugul ngotie ku president nebo emoni ko yi kiripto yano kibagenge ini kotab golenjin asikobit yekimi kerib.
Mr. Witness, I have stopped at timestamp 6:50. I would like to read in English what you just heard and request you to confirm before we proceed. And this is what Mr. Sanga said. The reason behind my utterances, dear listeners, is that as this news develops, people say things that one ought to think twice about and determine how we can all live together in this nation of Kenya so as to avoid impending violence. This is because every time an issue that appears difficult, you soon begin to hear people say Rwanda and Burundi, that we should take care of our country so that it does not go the Rwanda or Burundi way. So, how are we going to take care of this country so that tomorrow we do not go Rwanda way or the way that were done in Rwanda? How are we going to take care of this country? Dear listeners, so that ethnic violence does not erupt. Furthermore, what kind of talk or discussion could possibly lead people to do the kind of things that were done in Rwanda and Burundi? What is it that promotes or pushes individuals to see others that are not of their tribe as not being human? Furthermore, we need to think about this, listeners, that tribalism, when we look at ourselves as Kalenjin, for instance, what is it that fosters our unity as a community, and what should we caution ourselves against, so that even as we foster our unity as Kalenjin, we also foster the unity of Kenyan nation. And this is not for the Kalenjin community alone, but for all the 42 tribes of this nation. What can be done so that every tribe upholds the rights of the country rights as well as their own individual community rights? Because tribalism is not about Kalenjin deciding to be united in undertaking their activities. No, that's not tribalism. As such, while we unite as Kalenjin community, what is it that we can do so that we can at the same time sustain the country's unity? This is because as though we are seeking leadership, and everyone is seeking leadership, you are seeking to lead the whole nation, not the Kalenjin alone. At the end of the day, you will rule over all people in the nation, not the Kikuyu alone or the Luya or the Luo only. No, you will rule over the whole country if you are elected as the country's president. Mr. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you have heard so far?
Yes.
Mr. President, I will request to correct page 83, line 20. The word affected there is a fade. It should be avert any impending violence. Witness, I'll play timestamp 6:20, 6:50 to 9:04.
avert, you said A-V-E-R-T?
Yes, Mr. President.
Any impending violence. Oh, all right. I'm sure eventually it will be captured. Before we proceed, let's see. Witness, you testified earlier that yes, sometimes Mr. Sang, according to your testimony, would be broadcasting messages of peace and coexistence, but at other times he would be broadcasting, according to you, inciting messages. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And counsel for Mr. Sang has now asked you about the broadcast of the 6th of March, 2006. Did you say you listened to it at the time?
You had said yes, Mr. President.
I said around in the month of March, I listened to KAS FM, but I don't remember exactly 6th of March.
All right. The point would be, with this message Mr. Kiginkato has been playing, would it have been something you heard on KAS FM from Mr. Sang?
No.
Continue, Mr. Kiginkato.
Now, I'll play the last bit of the audio, Mr. Witness, in relation to these timestamps 650 to 904.
Kibagenge ne nyonet ku iribe chi tugul kibagenge ne boryen wai ketau kora ke kushiko ngalekab emet amu yait kasarta ne ngololi ministayat akomwa kole sikibokyi stationishek kyo ak kyo kole ko nguna ukikopchei kopcheune stationishek anan chebo kabarastoik kopcheune kutit akikepcheune kora chamainik ikose chito komwoe kole standard ak sijui ak ne anan komwoe station kole no kobakano kuno koba LDP kuno koba kapkogo kuno koba DP ne ngalechu konyo agera ne ole ngalek kyo chemeche kengalali asikobit kiribegei amu mani ko yekimwoe kobara emoni eng katiba komi imanda ak chomchinet eng chitugul komeny emet ola tugul eng emoni eng imandanyi yekaal kityo melen chonyike nyokotepche chito akonyotebe emetab chi kobate ngot kwal ak yoldochi kundoi imandab chito komeng'is eng ola tugul lakini yekitestai ngalek cheu chutok chekaketoi kepcheune kotokotebekei chito kole arai kakokikere amu bo kano kokikere amu bo chitab kolenjin ko nikikikere atkinye neu ninyonet kaikeker amu bo kalenjin anan kekeker amu bo kano anan keker amu bo ne kotuguk choto chemeche kerib somutai kuma kontoyet eng kibagenge nebo emetab Kenya amu kit nenyolu kerib mising ko emetab Kenya kibagenge nebo emet national unity singop kebendi bororiet ko kakerib nebo emet amu yemomi emet eng koronindo komelen tepche kibagenge itab bororiet age tugul eng imandanyi ak kororonindo kora nyolu kerib national unity kibagenge nebo emet asikeweke nyikerib kibagenge nebo bororiet koi keyoitoi ano boisiechu tugul boisionichu tugul keyoitoi ano inye ak ane asikerib emoni koboto kora kandoik choto chekikilewen ing ngalalet kakateb ale ne promoteni ne nekonu mutai ketokchigei boriet ko ne nekemuchi keribegei simotokyinek boriet ak ameche inai ile kibagenge ko kimnon nebo emet ak nebo bororiet.
Witness, I would request you to confirm if this is what you heard in Kalenjin from Mr. Sang. So how shall we maintain this unity, House of Kalenjin, so that even as we seek to maintain our own unity as a community, just as other communities do, we also work towards national unity. For if and when a time comes that a minister defends the attack on a particular media station, we find that station are divided along tribal and party lines, which is why you find an individual mentioning that Standard or some other or that station belongs to KANU, that belongs to LDP, that is for the Kikuyu, that is for the DP. What is this? Our community. I find this an important point of discussion so that we can be able to take care for, in truth, this country is large and the Constitution allows each and every individual to live in any part of the country with full rights as long as that individual has purchased the place, not someone just coming and settling in someone else's place. But in the case of a willing buyer and seller, then one has the right to live in any place. But if we continue with this trend, then there are those that are bound to ask, so it, into bracket station, was closed because it belongs to KANU? Was it closed as ours was the other time because it belongs to Kalenjin, or because it belonged to KANU or some other? So we need to be vigilant so that such issues do not dent the Kenya's unity. National unity is most paramount, so that as we move to have community unity, we first have to achieve national unity. This is because if the country is not well, then no community will live well with its rights. It is important that we foster national unity so that we can now go back and foster community unity. So how can we, you and I, accomplish all this and nurture this country, including the leaders that we elected through dialogue? I had earlier asked, what is it that can push us towards violence, as well as what is it that we can do to avoid going towards that path? And keep in mind that unity is the pillar of the country and the community. Witness, is that a fair translation of what you had in Kalenjin?
Yes.
Mr. President, may I correct page 86, line 6, where the following words are missing? Maintain our own unity as a community. Now, witness, I thought you had earlier said that you had this audio, but you say you listened to Sang generally in the period of March 2006, but do not remember specifically having heard him broadcast this, what I've just played to you.
Yes.
However, Mr. Witness, could you confirm that in line with what you said, that you used to hear Mr. Sang preach that people should live in harmony and should coexist, that this was the general tone and the tendency of his message?
You will need to rephrase. Your question is that what you've just played will be consistent with the witness's testimony about those times when Mr. Sang would preach or broadcast messages of peace and unity and national coexistence. Isn't that your question?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Yes, I confirm that this is a time when he could speak, preaching peace and coexistence.
And that this will be an example of that sort of broadcast? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor. And before you continue, I would like also to look at paragraph 3, line 4.
What page?
0255.
All right, page 3. Okay.
Not someone just coming and settling in someone else's place. And if you hear that in Kalenjin, and what people actually believe about the Kikuyu, to have just come to parts of Eldoret when just having brought by Kenyatta during independence, because most of the Kikuyu were brought to Rift Valley and parts of Eldoret by Kenyatta, and most people believe that their land, the Kalenjin believe that their land was simply given out by Kenyatta at that time, and that is why at most times during campaigns and during during elections, when people are looking for votes from the Kalenjin, they will give examples, and you will see that it is also genesis of why we have tribal clashes, of which other people may term it as land clashes. And that is why in 1992, and people believe that by the Kikuyu people have just come to take their land. And it is easy to use a language that politicians use to make sure that people use that advantage to fight the Kikuyu. Therefore, it is not clear about what Sang is meaning by saying not someone just coming and settling in someone else's place. If also taken in that perspective, people might understand to mean that the Kikuyu have just come to take their place. But he continues to talk about willing seller and willing buyer. This is when the exchange of money is being done. Not, and before that, it's not just there was exchange of it's just coming and settling without buying and without in someone else's place. So in Rift Valley, it is believed to be the Kalenjin believe that it is theirs. It is theirs for it is something which is theirs, not for anyone else. Anyone else who comes in. Not unless they have bought, but if not, you are not part of that.
And so, Mr. Witness, all you want the court to take note of is that, to you, what Mr. Sang is saying in this part of saying willing buyer, willing seller is not clear. All you want is that the point that it is not clear be flagged, isn't it?
Yes. To me, if I look at it critically and put in mind what was happening at that particular time back in Eldoret and parts of Rift Valley, I will look at this differently.
Okay, if you could just answer my question very specifically. From the same audio, you recall that Mr. Sang said that Kenya is big enough for all the 42 tribes. You remember he said that in this audio, isn't it?
Yes.
He also said that everybody in Kenya is entitled to settle wherever he is, isn't it?
Yes.
And lastly, he also said that wherever somebody has bought land is entitled to settle there, isn't it?
Yes.
Mr. President, at this point, I pray to have this audio and the translation produced as an exhibit in Mr. Sang's defense. The audio is Ken-D11-0013-0029, and the translation is Ken-D11-0019-0252. Mr. President, I rely on the fact that the witness recognizes that this is the general nature of the peace messages that Mr. Sang conveyed. Mr. President, the audio itself was notified to the prosecution through an affidavit sworn by Mr. Lamaon on the 8th of January 2014, Mr. Lamaon being the chief executive of KSFM from where the audio was sourced. And it is item number 2 in Mr. Lamaon's affidavit. And that affidavit was meant to authenticate the audio. Mr. President, it is very directly relevant to the issue being considered by the chamber. The affidavit itself is Ken-D11-0013-0072. Mr. President, I pray that that audio and the translation be admitted as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honours. The prosecution maintains its objection to the admission of this sort of evidence, particularly based on affidavit, an untested affidavit of Mr. Lamaon at this stage. The witness himself has not identified the affidavit, the recordings. He hasn't heard the specific recording. And in my respectful submission, the authenticity of this needs to be established during the course of the defence case. I have no objection to it being marked MFI.
We have absolutely no objection, Your Honour, and we support the application.
Mr. President, just allow me to say something before you make a decision. Mr. President, may I make the observation that notice of the existence of this audio was given to the prosecution as early as 8th January 2014. And we submit that the prosecution have had enough time to investigate and establish the authenticity and the genuinity of this audio. And if their only concern is whether or not it is genuine, Mr. President, we submit that they have had adequate time. Mr. President, on the issue that the witness has not confirmed this specific audio, we submit, Mr. President, that this witness was brought to adduce evidence to the effect that Mr. Sang was inciting. This audio itself answers that question very directly, even if it is not exactly the audio that the witness listened to. The witness himself has said that he wasn't listening to the program every single day, and he admits that the general content and substance of this audio reflects generally what Mr. Sang used to broadcast. For all those reasons, Mr. President, we submit that the audio and the translation meet the threshold and the criteria within which they can be admitted, and we pray for the exercise of your discretion to admit it as an exhibit.
I beg your pardon, Your Honours. May I just respond very briefly? I can see Your Honours is about to render a ruling, but I would just like to place on record, firstly, that it's not the prosecution's job to authenticate material that the defence want to hand in. But be that as it may, we've been trying for almost 6 months now to have access to this material in consultation with Mr. Lamaon, with the knowledge of my learned friend, unsuccessfully to date. So for my learned friend to say that we've not authenticated the material, it's a bit rich.
Noted. It is also noted that the witness's testimony as regards the material, in considering it, we will of course also take into account his views on, as it relates to paragraph 3 at page 3 of the translation, where he discusses how certain references could have a different effect in the context at the time. The document will be admitted as the next in the Sang defense exhibit.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the audio excerpt KEN-D11-0013-0029 public item will be attributed reference EVDT D11-00059. The transcript of that audio excerpt will be attributed reference EVDT D11-00060. It's a public item, and the reference of the transcript is KEN D11-0019-0252. Public item.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, I want to go to something different.
I beg your pardon, Your Honour. I'm sorry to interrupt my learned friends, but I note the time. My learned friend said he would be finished by the lunch break. We have 45 minutes left. Could he perhaps give an indication of how much longer he intends to be?
Indeed. Mr. Kiginkatwa?
Mr. President, may I try 10 minutes, please?
10 more minutes.
Now, Mr. Witness, you recall that you said the name of person number 6 and his friend was mentioned by Mr. Sang in a certain situation culminating. Do you recall that, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Mr. President, so that I can move faster, I think I have no choice but to go to a private session. I should be there for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's Mr. Steinberg, just an indication, do you have an idea how much time you'll need?
Your Honours, I would imagine 45 minutes. We've already passed that mark.
You had indicated before between 30 and 60 minutes.
Indeed, I'm splitting the difference, Your Honour.
Mr. Kirin-Katwa?
Let me do only this audio, Mr. President.
How long will that take?
It's a 3-minute audio, Mr. President.
All right.
Uchamige gotap kwalenjin ngwito lomite betu tabrani amejigi tugostoy gap kwalenjin muongolio tap kaliet ninota kurire metap Kenya galiet rire chitukul galiet rire lakwene mingin galiet rire jitone o galiet rire jebiosa galiet rire boyo galiet rire agui galiet anabatiem rire chitukul galiet konyo ugalinjin yabichi akobejit missing kaliet kumamigin isire kaliet kumakinge jitugul kaliet kogojin bi kwai boisionik kwak kaliet kogojin chito kwai kit nemoje kaliet kogojin bi kumengis eng tupchondit kaliet kuribe bi moro.
Where are we dealing with this, Mr. Kirin-Katwa?
Let me put a question to the witness. Witness, you recognize the voice, isn't it?
I know it doesn't matter, but I'm saying, why are we doing this? Yes, we see peace, peace, peace all over the transcript. And the witness has testified that there were times when Mr. Sang would broadcast messages of peace and other times not. Are you now putting him through one of those instances?
Yes.
Where he might, why do you need to do that?
Mr. Witness, do you recall hearing Mr. Sang make this broadcast for peace?
Yes, I've stated that at times I could hear him talk of messages of peace, and I said that I longed that he could have maintained like that without getting to incitement, and that was my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. But my question is, did you hear this particular peace message, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I remember hearing peace message, and it's like this.
Mr. President, in that case, then I will pray to produce it as an exhibit and arrest my issue there. Mr. President, the audio itself is Ken D11-0011-0044, and the transcript and translation is Ken D11-0011-0045.
Any objection?
Your Honour, it's not in this instance.
No objections, Your Honour.
Documents will be admitted as the next in the Sang defense exhibit.
Yes, Mr. President. The documents as referred to by counsel will be attributed respectively EVDT D11-00061, public item, that's the audio excerpt, and EVDT D11-00062, transcript, public item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't know whether you'd allow me 2 or 3 minutes, Mr. President. There was the audio that you had raised an issue about as to whether it was played in the program KSFM, the song that we played an audio. I have it within the content of Mr. Sang's program, and I was very anxious to play it so that it is clear that that is exactly the same audio. it is not exactly 11 minutes like the other one. This one is 4 minutes. I just wanted to situate it in the course of the program and that it is exactly the same. And probably I should flag this, Mr. President, that it was played since the year 2005. And much as consciousness of existence of Ebola is recent, it actually was there in the year 2005. And that audio was played as it is, Mr. President. There is absolutely nothing added.
Your Honours, with respect, if the one audio is 11 minutes and the other is only 4 minutes, clearly they're not exactly the same. My suggestion is that my learned friend should transcribe that portion and provide the court with an accurate transcript so that we can then compare the two. It's not necessary that this witness is present for that exercise.
Yes, indeed. That was going to be my ruling on the matter. So let's leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just mention this, Mr. President, that it is in the nature of radio broadcast that you can't play a whole song of 11 minutes in the course of broadcast. And so if it was played 4 minutes, it's not because of any mischief.
We can argue about that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
We can argue
thank you
about that.
And thank you very much, Mr. Witness, for answering my questions.
Mr. Steinberg, witness, we have finished Mr. Sang's lawyer's cross-examination of you, and the prosecutor would have some more questions in re-examination from matters arising from the questions of the defense counsel.
Thank you, Your Honours. If time permits, I might like to refer to another portion of the transcript of the audio, the transcript of which appears at tab 16 of the Sang Defence Bundle. Unfortunately, since we have neither a Kalenjin transcript nor any timestamps on the English translation, it's impossible for me to find the relevant portion. So I'm going to request the assistance of my learned friend to provide us with the timestamp of Ken 0019, sorry, Ken D11 00190252, page 7 of that, which is 0259, from the second, the third paragraph starting with Sang, which starts, Mzalendo has raised a very important and truthful issue. If I could ask that they could do that in the meantime, and I'll continue with other matters. Thank you. I believe I can start.
What tab did you say it is at?
Tab 16 of the Sang Defence Bundle, Your Honours. Thank you. Mr. Witness, we can start off in public session, but I just caution you again to be careful not to mention any identifying information and to use the protected information sheet if necessary. It was suggested to you on more than one occasion by my learned friend for the Ruto defense that your motive for becoming an ICC witness was in order to get money and benefits from the ICC. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Did you, in fact, make money from the ICC?
No.
Did you enjoy a luxurious lifestyle while under the care of the ICC?
Your Honour, in fact, that was not the tone of my questions or the context of it, Your Honour. It was monies and everything that he received
We can argue
under
about
the guise of a witness protection program.
Ms. Alexandra, let's not do that. You can make submissions.
But the questions are not arising out of cross-examination.
It's the way the questions were asked.
Indeed, Your Honour.
Overruled, overruled.
what did you receive in return for providing information regarding witness interference, if anything?
Nothing.
What did you receive in return for taking part in the operations? I won't give any more detail than that, but taking part in the operations that the investigators requested you to take part in, if anything?
Nothing.
And for that matter, what did you receive in return for introducing other witnesses to the OTP, if anything?
Nothing.
Thank you. Your Honours, I'm afraid the next matter I'm going to have to request to go into private session, probably for about 10 minutes.
Private session.